Okay, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Reston Association Board of Directors regular meeting of November 21st, 2024. I see that we've got Director Johnson, Flashman, Farrell, Santa, Dr. Juszczak, myself, and online we have Directors Perry and Garwatch, so we have quorum. I don't have anything as far as opening remarks. This is just a reminder that I wanted to share with you that perhaps we should have done this previously at every meeting, but it goes like this. My fellow board members, please be mindful of any conflicts of interest that you might see on any vote. Just declare that. So just be mindful of that, please. Thank you very much. With that, let's move on to item B. That would be approval of November 21st, 2024 regular board meeting agenda, which is our agenda. Thank you.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous of all present. Thank you very much. Next item is item C, member comments. Brittany, do we have any member comments?
We have Dave Kerr. He is online.
Okay.
Dave, you can unmute.
Mr. Kerr, please state your name and address. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is David Kerr, 10718 Midsummer Drive. And I believe tonight you're doing some interviews, and one of those is for a member to join the fiscal committee. So I wanted to say a couple words about Scott Sievers. He's been on the committee in the past. We were members together for at least 4 years. And he stepped aside for a while with other commitments, but is looking to come back. And I am very excited about him coming back. And I wanted to make sure you knew that from me. I know other members that are on the committee and have been when he was here before feel the same way. So I wanted to just give you that information that we're excited to have him interviewing, and we're hoping that your vote will be unanimous tonight.
Was that everything, Mr. Kerr?
That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have any other member comments? Ricky?
Mr. President, I move adoption of the consent calendar.
Second.
Oh, Director Perry.
I'm sorry. I had messaged Brittany that I wanted to make a member comment, and I'm also aware that Mrs. Petrine had asked to make a member comment also. You flew through that. Were there any other member comments very quickly?
Hold on just 1 second. I just checked with Brittany before moving on. So, of course, yeah. So who wants to go first?
I will.
Okay, no worries.
Mrs. Petrine.
Would you like to go first, Margaret?
I would encourage Mrs. Petrine to go first.
Okay.
Tammy, you've been unmuted.
Tammy.
Please, Mrs. Petrine, state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes. Can she hear us? Okay.
Maybe we can go back to her.
Margaret, I think we might be having some issues. Why don't we go with you first, and then we can come back to Mrs. Petrine.
So my name is Margaret Perry. I have provided my address to the board liaison as is allowed. I want to start by saying I want to thank the staff that I saw out and about this morning dealing with trees in and around Reston. It was a wonderful site, and I actually stopped and thanked them personally. So I just wanted to make it clear that it was lovely to see, although I rolled up my window quite quickly this morning as it was rather chilly. So thank you to those that were out there doing the work that is always necessary within Reston. I wanted to make my personal opinions clear to my fellow RA members. I want to be very careful in when people hear budgets, it's a lot to take in. And I want to make sure that they understand that in this third round of budget, we went from initial first round of a recommendation from fiscal of 865, which was an increase of 6%, an add of $48, to a second round, which was suggested of about 842, which was an add of 25, about 3%. We're currently at an add of about $31, which is an increase of just under 4% for a annual assessment of $848. And I just want my fellow RA members to understand that if we are not careful, we will continue to kick the can. We will continue to keep these assessments very low. We will continue to make sure that we are not collecting amounts to set aside for future repairs. And within 20 years or less, we will have special assessments. And the choice will be a special assessment or potentially closing amenities. It will be losing staff. It will be choosing between, do we want our amenities? Do we want our programs? Do we want the customer service that we have come to appreciate? We have kicked the can many, many times over the years. And there are a number of my fellow board members who really like to cut the budget to the bare bones. And I just want to make sure that people appreciate the fact that costs have increased for everyone, not only in Virginia, in the United States, across the world, and that includes Reston Association. So an increase of $31 is not an insurmountable. I would love to see us come to an agreement to move the assessment, to provide an option to pay quarterly or something to that effect. I know that has been discussed various times, but we have got to start looking at future years, at the budget with common sense and not just slash and burn. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Do we have Mrs. Petrine?
She said she was going to dial in, but I don't see her dialed in. I sent her the information in the chat, but I don't know.
Can we come back?
Okay, we can come back to that when she comes back and she's able to join us. We'll come back and give her the time to make her comments.
I had made a motion
Yes,
to
that's right.
adopt a consent agenda, but I want some clarification. In the materials that I have, we only have minutes. There's no legal committee report in the set that I have. Is there a legal committee?
There was not even.
So,
In
There is no
the
legal
set that
committee.
I have, it is on the consent calendar. So can we clarify that?
There is no legal committee recommendation.
Right. So we're clarifying then that we're accepting the consent calendar with no legal committee, because
Right.
it's in some materials.
I have 3 items on the consent agenda: the 24th public hearing minutes, the 24th regular meeting minutes, and the October 30th
Work session.
board minutes.
Yep.
Those are the only items I have on the consent agenda. And that's my motion. I'm looking for a second.
Second,
Seconded?
I already seconded.
Sure. That's
Oh,
okay.
I'm
No,
sorry.
no worries. That's fine. We have two seconds.
Lucky me.
All those in favor say aye.
I,
Aye.
It's unanimous. Okay. Let's move on to our item E, which is our CEO update. Mr. Cummins, over to you.
Thank you. I don't have a whole lot for you tonight. I just want to remind everyone, Ms. Kowalski in the back of the room there has been doing an outstanding job, and we're moving into the holiday time period. She sent out an email to everyone on the board. I just want to remind you all, we'll be walking in the holiday parade the day after Thanksgiving over here at Town Center. Anyone that wants to do that on the board, please respond to that email so we can get you signed up and meet over there. We will also have a booth out at Winterfest, which we're doing outstanding from a pre-registration standpoint at this point. So let her know if you want to man that or stand by. Otherwise, we're looking forward to the budget conversation and other items tonight.
Land use is going to be an executive session?
I'm sorry?
There's going to be executive session.
Okay. Land use items in executive session? That's your intent?
Those that qualify, yes. So I'm not, so yes.
Okay. I can
In the
think of at
executive
least
session.
3.
We really only have one.
Okay. Plus we have the, I can think of 4 if I think of it the right way. PRC amendments, RTNC, Lake Fairfax, and casino.
I have 2 of those 4.
Right.
I have 4.
We can discuss those in the executive session.
You're ready
Once we get
to
there.
discuss those, all
No.
4 in executive session?
No, two of those we're ready to discuss. 2 we are not.
Well, then we're going to have a conversation about when we will, but we can do that later.
Certainly happy
Yeah,
to
we
do that.
will discuss what we can. Yeah.
I'll need help from council.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay.
I
Let's,
have 2.
okay.
In your materials, Mac, you had
Can
a
you-
list of items that were slated for future meetings. I didn't see the annual update on your list. And per our resolutions, that's one of the ones that are given in December. And there was one other. Comms master plan. I don't know if you and Jalal have talked, but that was back in August or July. And so I don't know where that would be slated in a future meeting, but that wasn't on the list as well. And so are you okay if I just say something during new business to amend? We can talk about them during new business to amend the December agenda?
We
that
can
okay?
certainly do that, but you're going to have a conversation, I assume, about the December 5th meeting.
Right.
So, I mean, I was planning on an annual review either on December 19th or at the board's pleasure, the first meeting in January. So happy to talk about that. We are not slated to bring back the communications master plan. I've reported to the board it's finished and being executed currently. But if you'd like, I'm happy to slide that in, and we thought maybe a CEO update at some point. We've had a lot of full agendas, but happy to try to bring that back so you can see it.
So, Dr. Justek, for all the other board members, this is a good time to mention the December 5th meeting. There's been some conversation about moving the December 5th meeting because it coincides with Winterfest, and just want to bring that, so maybe we can discuss it when we get down to
To new business, I'm fine. I just want to also clarify, when I say annual update, it's the resolution related to an annual update from the CEO that we give in December. It wasn't your annual review. Is that, okay, okay.
I have
Okay.
a question. I think,
Hang on, are you done?
Some of the others, I guess I can save to executive session.
Okay.
And I guess if they don't fit, then we can motion to add an agenda item.
Yep.
should we be addressing in December, I think a resolution states that we have to review all the advisory committees and vote on them. So, Mac, I leave it to you which meeting you want to have it, but we should probably tackle that one too.
It's an outstanding note. Yes, that the board rarely takes that up, but you are correct that you're supposed to be doing that. And you're also supposed to affirm that you're going to keep them in place. So the other thing that we have been trying to work on, although I will say not as much as we'd like with being so busy in the fall, you're all supposed to be approving work plans for each of the committees. And the idea there is that you can check for overlap, crossover, and if something has to sequence from one committee to the next before it comes to the board, that sort of thing. We're still working with the committee liaisons and our staff liaisons to make sure those things are all in place. We're not likely to have them all in front of you before the first of the year. But we are still trying to get that process nailed down.
I have one more.
I see. I'm going to, as soon as we finish, I'll go back.
Yep.
I just have one more that I think fits here. Can you remind me, we had a motion, I remember that Travis did the motion, I remember who seconded it, but it was about engaging and doing some marketing to non-member groups of RA. And do you remember when is that due back to the board?
We told you that we would dedicate a certain amount of time per quarter, and really what it was for the executive team would be doing some of that, and we planned on reporting out probably at the beginning of the first quarter on activities from this quarter. So
Okay.
it was sometime in the summertime, but it was really starting towards the end of the year.
Okay, so that would be like a January
Yeah,
topic. Okay,
right.
thanks.
Okay.
I'd like to note that the Lakes Equity Working Group was supposed to report in October,
Yeah.
and that was postponed until December.
Yeah.
And the Lakes Equity Working Group is preparing its report for December for the meeting of the 19th. And so we think we'll be in position to do that without any difficulty. And also, we'd like the board to consider the postponement of further reports to do on a quarterly basis based leaping off of December.
Okay.
So that would be.
So may I suggest that once we decide on the December 5th meeting, then
Yeah.
we'll
We can
consider
a
that
motion
for
on
the
that.
agenda as far as when and where, and then we can discuss that.
Yeah.
Is that okay with you?
That's fine.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Hearing none, I see that we've got Mrs. Petrine, so if I can, I'd like to go back to our last member comment. And
We're just working through some technical issues because her mic is still not on her screen, so I'll just message her to check and make sure her mic is selected.
okay, why don't we proceed with our volunteer interviews next, and then when Mrs. Petrine is able.
Oh, it's coming.
Almost there.
You might want to let her know if she can go ahead.
Yeah. We can't hear her.
It's here.
We can't hear. Mrs. Petrine, we can't hear you. Are you able to say something?
That connecting to audio
Yeah.
is just going to stay there for some time. It's
Oh, boy.
indicative of an actual.
Okay.
We can't hear you.
Valiant attempt and no result.
Yeah.
All right, let's, while we're resolving this technical difficulty here, maybe our, Mr. Petrine can help with, since he volunteered as tech support. Why don't we just go ahead with member interviews, and then hopefully Mrs. Petrine will be able to get the audio fixed up so that we can get our comments back. Thank you. Okay, volunteer interviews. Who do we have first?
First up, we have Mr. Tom Freed, but we also have the EAC chair who's online as well, and she'd like to speak as well. Sareka, you've been asked to unmute. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Sareka, the chair of the EAC, and I just wanted to support Tom Reed's application to the EAC. We met a few weeks ago and had a great discussion. He's a resident of Reston from a long time ago, moved away, came back, and although his professional experience isn't in the environmental field, his interests and knowledge of Reston and its history is very evident. And in our conversations, he brought up a lot about what's changed over time and what sort of issues we might be seeing as we go forward as well. So I wanted to thank Tom for applying to the EAC and having somebody with a completely different background of experience, but an interest and knowledge of Reston the way that he has will be a great asset to our committee. And I hope that the board agrees with me and approves his application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have Mr. Freed?
Tom, you've been asked to unmute.
Very good. Okay. Yes. Hi. Yes. I saw you guys last month. Right. I'm here to apply for the EAC. I think environment in Reston is something I'm very interested in. Like was said, I've been here. I moved here in 1979. Lived here for quite a few years. Spent a couple years up in New York with grandkids, and now we're back again. And I want to help see Reston stay green. I've seen quite a bit of changes and quite a bit of development since I've lived here. So I'm hoping to help out on that as very simple.
Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from Mr. Freed from the board? Thank you, Mr. Freed. We'll let you know how things turn out.
Very good. Thank you.
Our second volunteer.
It looks like we also have Tammy who's back on, and it looks like her mic is now visible.
Scott. Yeah, let's finish volunteer interviews and we'll come back,
Not a problem.
since we're on a roll here. Do we have Scott?
Scott, you've been asked to unmute.
Yep, good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Scott, are you on? Oh, here he is. Thank you. Scott, go ahead.
Yep. Yeah, so Scott Sievers, I previously volunteered on the fiscal committee for approximately 6 years, one of which I was the fiscal chair as well. I needed to step aside a few years ago for personal reasons, but now I'm back and have the capacity to fully volunteer again and look forward to doing so on a, I know that there's a lot of potential items on the list from a fiscal perspective over the next, you pick the time horizon, whether it's 2 years or 10 years, but there's a lot of work to be done, and I'm very familiar with several of the issues that have been percolating in the background for a number of years. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you very much. Scott, just for the record, would you also state your address? Just do
Yes.
your full name and address.
Yes, Scott Sievers, 12009 Aintree Lane, Reston, VA.
Thank you. Any questions for Scott from the board? Scott, thank you very much for your time. Obviously, we'll
All right,
let you know. Thanks.
Okay.
Who's our next, last one, Katie?
And next we have Katie Boswell for the Elections Committee.
Okay, Katie, the usual drill. Name, address, and you got 3 minutes.
Sure. Katie
Thank you.
Boswell, 2207 Cedar Cove Court. Nice to see you all again so soon. And the Elections Committee has at least voted on me to be the vice chair, so we're coming forward. We're doing new leadership now, so Richard and I are excited to be able to move things forward with the Election Committee.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Boswell? Thank you very much. Okay, that concludes our volunteer interviews, correct, Brittany? All right. Do we have Mrs. Petrine now? Mrs. Petrine, can you do a test so that we can hear you? Oh, no, we can't hear you.
Could she just dial in with the 1-800 number and just not show up? But she can call from her
She could
phone.
call on the phone.
I don't know, I'm just providing another solution.
Yeah, Mrs. Petrine, would you mind just using your phone to call the number that Brittany sent you?
Tammy or Brittany, can we provide her the number?
Yeah, just tell her the number right now. Mrs. Petrine, you can hear us, correct? Yeah.
You have very good lip skills, Tammy. I can read your lips quite well. Excellent pronunciation. You don't have the number still? Are we getting that for her?
Just hold off. Hold on. She's working it.
I have it, Brittany, if you want me to. Okay. But then we wouldn't have it on. If she did that, then she wouldn't be on the Zoom to record it.
Good if I stand next to the mic.
Well, all right, well, if you want to do you.
Hold on 1 second. We're gonna solve this issue. Can you talk? Can you hear?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, but you'll need to mute your computer.
Okay.
Name and address, 3 minutes, let's go.
John, don't be rude.
It's not being rude.
Hey, guys,
Okay, is
point
it-
of order
am I
here.
muted now?
Just be
Yes.
patient. Let's get this over with.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mrs. Petrine, please state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you so much for this superb effort. My name is Tammy Petrine, 2503 Foxcroft Way. I would like to comment on the process of the budget and the relatively recent addition of the permanent bathrooms at Hook Road. I thought that you all agreed, I've watched your meetings, that the order of the budget would be an orderly process that would start in the spring and follow a very distinct introduction of ideas. Relatively at the last second, we get a 250,000 permanent restroom at Hook Road added. Have you all thought about that this sets a dangerous precedent for all the other fields and amenities that would like to have a permanent bathroom? Have you thought about the vandalism and the expenses that are going to be incurred with this thing when porta potties on a slab have been the standard forever? I'm concerned also of people breaking in there for shelter. I just don't think this is a wise use of our funds and at the expense of staff salaries. I really commend Margaret's comments. I had not to have the time to talk about that, but I agree with her that we will have a special assessment if we don't start setting aside funds. Thank you so much for the effort that you have gone through to get me able to make these comments. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can I ask a
Thank you,
question of
Cam.
staff?
Nice
Yeah,
thinking
thank
on your
you.
feet.
You should become a voluntary member of the IT committee. Go ahead.
Can I ask? Peter or Mac, Brown's Chapel has a bathroom, right? Are there any stats on vandalism or any of the comments that Tammy referenced?
No, not that we're aware of. I'm sure something has happened, but not coming to mind.
Okay, I just wanted to be informed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we are ready for item G now.
Mr. President, I
Dr. Farrell.
move to approve the proposed amendments to the Assessment and Finance Resolution 2, assessment rates and collection procedures attached, thereby establishing a proposed base of $848 for the 2025 annual assessment rate, as well as installment plan fees, collection fees, and respective due dates for 2025 as delineated in the amended Exhibit A of Assessments and Finance Resolutions, assessment rates, and collection procedures. Need a second.
Second.
There was a second. Any discussion on those? Director Farrell.
Speaking to the motion, contrary to what we may have heard tonight, the first draft of the budget had the improvements to Hook Road in them. So they were subsequently moved out of draft 2, and the board directed the staff to put them back into draft 3. They are in draft 3. Hook Road has been, and improvements to Hook Road have been part of this board's business since, I believe, 2016, when the Hook Road Working Group was established. So it's not a last-minute change to the budget. What happened was they were in the original capital improvement budget that we saw in draft 1. Draft 2, they were pushed back a year, and in draft 3, we directed that they be brought back to their original disposition. We have included in this budget $100,000 to adjust compensation in response to the compensation study, which I have some serious questions about, but we don't have to resolve them tonight. We have also provided for merit increases in this budget for our employees. So it is fair to say that we are trying to be responsive to the needs of our staff, and I believe this budget will accomplish that.
Thank you. I had some introductory. Sorry, I wanted to make some comments before you presented the motion, but that's fine, just to get us kind of set some context, but thank you for your comments. Just a few things, and I'll be very quick, and I think that it relates to the motion that's on the table as well. So this year, I just want to make sure that everybody understands, all of our members. This year, we had a lot more member and board budget request input than last year. This board worked very hard along with staff on several iterations of this budget. We had our last discussions at the last meeting, and the numbers that Director Farrell recited, which is in the motion. I was going to suggest that I believe we have come to a point where it may not be 100% of everything that everybody wanted, but we had to adjust and modify things to make sure that we meet our responsibilities towards members, services, as well as elements of fiscal responsibility that we've all campaigned and ran on. So at this point, from my perspective, I would say we are at a point that I think we are ready to go ahead and move forward with this. That's all I wanted to say. Director Flashman, did you have any comments?
I just wanted to add one other item with regard to the study, and that is that there was a revision of the various salary grades and classifications.
Closer to the mic.
There was a revision to the various salary grades and classifications, and they were lifted up somewhat. And so that's an additional contribution to the employees' pay.
Thank you. Director Juszczyk.
I agree that we were presented with new pay ranges, but the board has not approved those.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So it's
The board has
still,
Yeah.
still in flux.
Thank you. Any other comments, discussion on the motion on the table? All those in favor of the motion, say aye. We have Director Johnson, Flashman Farrell, Director Santa, Director Perry, Director Grywatch, and myself. That would be seven yeas. All those opposed? Director Juszczyk opposes the motion on the budget, and I believe that would be a 701.
No, 710.
I'm sorry, 710. I still get my tables right and wrong. Maybe a little bit of left-handed in me still.
Mr. President.
So the motion passes. Thank you.
Mr. President, I move to fund less than the full 1/10 of the 10-year forecasted repair and replacement expenditure appropriation to the Repair and Replacement Reserve Fund.
Second.
Discussion? Dr. Grywatch, did you have something? Okay. All right. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
We have Director Johnson, Director Flashman, Director Farrell, Director Santa, myself, Director Perry, and Director Grywatch. That would be 7 yeas. All those opposed? Director Juszczyk opposes, so that would be a 7.
And Grywatch.
He
voted in
yes, he
favor or
did.
opposed?
He went in favor.
He's in
Yes.
favor. Okay, I'm
So that would be
sorry.
7-1, and the motion passes.
Mr. President, I move to approve the non-assessment fee schedule for 2025, and I want to speak to the motion.
Second.
Motion seconded. Would you like to?
Mr. President, one of the things that happens in a collegial process is each of the 9 of us don't always get what we want. But at the end of the day, we live to fight another day. Issues can be revisited next year, and I can assure you they will be. But this is necessary for us to be able to move forward for the next year. I'm not happy with this schedule, as I think most of you know, but it's time to move on for this year. And I don't want to have a special meeting to revisit the schedule, the non-assessment fee schedule.
Thank you.
That's my motion.
Thank you. Any more discussion on this? Motion was seconded. All those in favor say aye. We have Director Johnson, Flashman Farrell, Director Perry, Director Grywatch, myself, Director Juszczyk. That would be 7 yeas. Those opposed? Director Santa is opposing. That would be 7-1. The motion passes.
Mr. President, I move to approve the 2025 operating and capital budget summarized as follows. Total revenue, $23,021,000. 2025 operating expenses, $20,372,000. Triple RF contribution, $2,653,000. 2025 capital expenses, $2,148,970.
Second.
The motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We have start with our fellow board members online. We have Director Perry, Grywatch, Johnson, Flashman, Farrell, Santa, myself. That would be 7 yea. Those opposed? Director Juszczyk opposes, so that would be a 7-1. The motion passes.
Mr. President, I move to increase the 2025 transfer fee to $361.
Second.
The motion has been seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. We have directors Perry, Garwatch, Johnson, Flashman, Farrell, Santa, myself, and Josh Dyke. That's unanimous of those present. The motion passes.
Mr. President, I move to convene an executive session to consult with legal counsel and to discuss contractual and personnel matters.
Second.
Motion has been seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That would be moving into executive session. That would be,
Yes.
it's not unanimous. Director Josh. All right, we have Perry, Grywatch, Johnson, Flashman, Farrell, Santa, myself. Those opposed? Director Juszczyk opposes. Motion passes. We are ready for executive session.
We're going to need counsel in executive session.
Yep. He wasn't going in.
Sometimes they.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I move that the Resident Association Board of Directors.
John, your mic's not on.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I move that the Resident Association Board of Directors certifies to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session of a contractual nature involving personal matters or involving consultation with counsel were discussed or considered by the board during the executive session.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. That is unanimous of all. Thank you.
It is not
No, it
unanimous,
is
I'm
not.
sorry.
I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Those in favor say aye. Repeat again. We have Flashman, Farrell, Santa, myself, Judge Jack, Perry, Grywatch. Those opposed? Director Johnson opposes. The motion passes.
Mr. President, I move to approve Tom Frieden for the position of member of the Environmental Advisory Committee.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 It is unanimous of all. So moved.
Mr. President, I move to approve Scott Severs for the position of member of the Fiscal Committee.
Second.
You can do it.
Good. All those in favor say aye. It's unanimous of all. So moved.
Mr. President, I move to approve Katie Boswell for the position of Vice Chair to the Elections Committee.
A second.
Motion has been seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That is unanimous of all. So moved.
Mr. President, I have another motion which I know I discussed with you, but it may be news to the other members of the board, and I ask their forgiveness. In our capital improvement program, I think I did mention this to you, Mr. Lusk, we have 2 tot lots that we voted tonight to fund. I'd like to avoid a repeat of a prior experience at a recreational facility near Director Santa's neighborhood. So I'm going to ask that we add to, when we advise the Park and Recreation Advisory Committee, that they should engage in the, what do we call this process now, relative to those 2 tot lots?
Community consultation.
The recreational facility investment process for those 2 tot lots prior to an RFP going out.
Is that the motion?
That's the motion.
Second.
Is that motion has been seconded? Any discussion? Director Perry?
I'm in favor of the process, but I have all faith in our staff that they will be doing this anyway, so I have no need for it to be a motion.
Okay. Anybody else? Any other discussion? Good. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
We have Director Juszczyk, myself, Santa, Farrell, Flashman, Johnson, and Grywatch, and all those opposed. Abstained. So we have 701. The motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it time? No, not yet. Mr. President, we have, is there other, wait a second, we have a couple of other new items of new business. I have 2. I don't know if Director Juszczyk had any.
One of the items that I would like us to discuss is December 5th, which is the next meeting, coincides with Winterfest.
I was going to get there.
Oh, you were going to bring
I've got 2
that?
land use issues I wanted to address that we were going to discuss in open session.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. President, the county staff, the folks here will remember that we asked the supervisors to amend the PRC recreational provisions because currently the PRC language says the only thing we can add to any of our facilities is somebody can get a gazebo, a bench, and I think maybe trash cans without going through a rezoning process. We asked the county to revisit that issue to give us more flexibility without having to spend $500,000 to go through a rezoning. This week we saw, I think it was this week, Mr. Cummins, you correct me, we saw a release of PowerPoint slides that are intended to be discussed at the Board of Supervisors Land Use Committee. Help me with the date. It's
26.
26.
I'm sorry, November 26th? No.
That's what the date was.
Next week.
Next week.
Yes.
It seems to me, in looking at those PowerPoint slides, Mr. President, the issue that caused us to raise the necessity for bringing this was barely talked about at all. I think it probably it behooves us to reach out to the chairman of the committee, Supervisor Smith out of Sully District, and express our concerns that the things that got this started fundamentally haven't been addressed. And maybe to make sure that the staff or someone on behalf of the association shows up at that land use committee. They do tend to allow people to speak. I mean, I have spoken there extemporaneously on behalf of other organizations during that meeting. But it seems to me that the presentation from the staff is not going to address the concerns that we brought to the Board of Supervisors or to Supervisor Alcorn. So I don't know what Mr. Cummins has in mind. I don't know if we need to give any direction to the staff, but I'm concerned. We were promised by Tracy Strunk, who's the head of planning and zoning for the county, that we would be consulted and have discussions and basically negotiations with what that language and what that amendment would look like. That hasn't happened, and I don't understand why, but, and I'm sure Mr. Cummins is as baffled as I am.
Mr. Cummins.
Yeah, so we are doing all of those things. So here, we found out, like everybody else, an email went around, hey, has anybody seen this? It caught us equally by surprise. Jalal and I ask every month with Walter, what's the timing? Now, we have also complained loudly that this should have been done much sooner, going as far back as a year ago, that this should be taken up. So in some ways, it's a good thing that they're finally getting underway. It just caught everybody by surprise. Now, what we did reach out to the chair of that committee and request a meeting to talk about a number of things. We are sending staff to the committee, and I will probably put together some correspondence to identify the issues that we've already raised and what our expectations are in terms of interaction with the county and working to positive resolution on those things.
And that would be presented to that committee on or before that meeting?
Yeah, I'm still working on, I still don't understand because I'm getting different answers on whether or not that committee takes public input. We're sending a letter either way. I just, you know.
Yeah, they're not going to throw it at the trash. Is my expectation. Mr. President, the chairman of that committee is a personal friend. I'm not adverse with the permission of the chair to give her a phone call to ask her to pay attention to the inquiries from our CEO if that's the will of the body, unless there's an objection.
Personally, my preference would be to let the CEO proceed with the plan that he just laid out, because he and I have been talking about it since your email came out, not telling us about the meeting. And there are some things in the motion, including contacting a couple other people that Mac and I have discussed. I'm not discounting what you're offering. I think it would be a good idea, but let us do this, and then based on what we find in the next couple of days, we may want to come back and ask you for your help.
Happy to do it.
Good, thank you.
The other issue, Mr. President, is the pending SSPA over at Lake, what?
Can I speak to that one before you
Oh,
move on?
I'm sorry.
Is that okay?
I beg your pardon.
That's okay. Can you give us a little bit of what your plans are related to next steps since this came by surprise? What are staff doing? I heard you say a couple of things, but what is your plan?
So, couple things. We definitely want to sit down and understand the process, just the process itself. So there's another piece that I haven't mentioned yet, which is we've had some informal conversations with staff to try to get a better handle on the minor modification process. So take a step behind this. What we're really concerned about is understanding the process when we go to improve one of our facilities. So we go and decide a volleyball court is no longer the best use pickup place. Now we want to do a splash pad. What does that trigger? Now we want to make our bathhouses bigger. I actually think one of the big things we should be thinking about is getting HVAC in our bathhouses so they're not, hot and sticky and humid and mosquitoes and whatever. So, but if we make those bigger, does that trigger new parking requirements? Those sorts of questions. Not increasing capacity to the pool, but we want to make our bathhouses nicer. What happens, right? So we have started down that road because we want to understand what triggers the PRC amendment, which also, what that triggers is soft costs. So just the reason we're going down two separate parallel paths. A PRC amendment requires things like archaeological studies. Now, I'm sure it seems amazing to anyone in here that you might do an archaeological study if you want to put in a splash pad, but that could come up. So there might be multiple avenues to success, is my point. PRC zoning initiative is not the only avenue to success, so we're pursuing both of those. So specifically relating to the PRC, our intent would be to follow up. You all may recall the board sent a letter to the supervisors saying these are expectations for the PRC amendment process, specifically to look at the exceptions, and those exceptions get at some of those appurtenant structures and things I was talking about before. So at first we're gonna start talking to the staff, what's gonna be in this and not in this. So we took a cursory look, just like I'm sure a few of you did, at what was on the slides. There's not a whole lot of meat there. So trying to understand, wait a minute, how are you gonna actually take on this issue? What are you actually trying to take on? Because we need to make sure the scope is what we need it to be to address our issues. So if they only take up the things that are on those slides, that wouldn't work for us, for example. There needs to be more meat in there so that we can know if we make a bathhouse bigger, we're not doing an archaeological study, that kind of thing. And to date, on this one, Walter or Alcorn's office has been very receptive. Yep. Like, let's try to figure this out. And we have said, hey, if we're going to build some monster facility, we're assuming that goes through, some sort of big zoning process. So it's more about meeting in the middle. So what we don't know a lot about yet is, okay, what happens exactly when? What happens in January specifically? What happens in February specifically? So that we can start to ingratiate ourselves into that process and provide the feedback.
So I would like the board's support then to take some steps. One is there was zoning language change in the information, like marked up zoning language change. And so I would like us from a legal standpoint to look at what that means for the association. And I don't know if that's in-house counsel or sending it to outside, but I trust that council will know what to do. But we need to know the effects of the markups to the association, and we need to know what does council believe they captured from what the board's position is, what has been captured and what has not been captured. I don't think until we get to that point do we know what the next step would be. Thank you for calling Supervisor Smith and trying to reach out there. I would also like to request that you reach out to William Mayland, who is the staff person assigned to it. I would support Director Farrell's request that we reach out to the director of the team because we had a request in and an understanding that she would have her team engage us, which apparently hasn't happened to date. And also certainly a call to Walter Alcorn's office, our supervisor, to ask him to, help intercede on our behalf. Next Wednesday is the Land Use Committee meeting, but on December the 12th is the Planning Commission meeting. The Planning Commission, obviously, our representative there under Supervisor Alcorn is John Carter, and I would see the association reaching out to John Carter and expressing our discontent, with the process and the ability to work on it before it came to the Planning Commission, but also gauging his support because there's a vote on the Planning Commission. It might also be that we need to engage multiple Planning Commission people to see if they would at least delay it and allow us to participate more in the process. But irregardless, if they don't, that Planning Commission meeting is coming our way and is usually one of the very last places that you get to make substantial changes. By the time it makes it to the Board of Supervisors in January, you're pretty much done. You might be lucky enough to get a delay, but you're not going to get language changes usually at that meeting. And so, to me, this is an urgent matter that is not certainly on us because we have been trying to engage, but we need to get somewhere, and we need to have board-approved testimony ready for this planning commission meeting, unless we get super lucky and it gets delayed before then. But right now, it's on the calendar for them.
So I don't want to go too far out on a limb. I am not of the understanding that there's an actual set of new zoning language that's starting to advance into hearings. I think they're trying to initiate the work plan, and it'll be a 25 work plan with a whole bunch of touch points. That's my understanding. But again, we've been at this for 3 days and trying to get answers to those questions. What I would suggest is, because I know you're all going to have a bunch of questions, this would be really ripe for a December conversation and just an update from the CEO with all these kinds of things. Here's what's coming. Here's how we're going to weigh in. If I need to get you all together, we'll talk about special meetings or whatever.
Okay.
I'm just, Mr. President, I'm just concerned that this ship is going to be sailing next week. And I'd like, I'm very concerned that we're getting, someone's pulling an end around here. And I'd like to get the sense that we're pulling a fire alarm to say, hey, wait a minute. This isn't at all what we were promised or what we need in order to be able to run the show here. And I'd just like to get a sense of, I don't want to say emergency, but I'd like us to demonstrate a greater level of concern, because sometimes they pull this stuff, and next thing you know, there's an authorization to advertise text language just off a PowerPoint, such as what we just saw. And so, to me, there's a need for a greater sense of.
What do you suggest?
I think he's doing all the things we need to do.
Quicker?
Could can I speak?
Let me get Director Perry first, because she got her hand up.
Good night. Good night.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we need to.
I'll make
extend
that
time.
motion
Yes,
in a
please do.
second.
We're past it, yeah.
I'll get it. Go ahead.
Yeah. So that, anybody else want to comment on this?
I think Izzy had something.
Yeah, Izzy, go ahead, sorry.
But do you want to extend the meeting?
Yeah.
Go, just extend
I
it.
move to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous, so moved. All right, go ahead.
Could you email Mr. Malin and say, could you provide a schedule of the workflow of how this is going to be deliberated, so that we can be prepared to make our case in point, and that will demonstrate whether or not, to your point, the process is starting in 2025. And if he responds in a negative form, then Mr. Farrell and Jennifer are right. We can go more forcefully, but I think unless we have certainty of the timetables, I would just suggest that we don't go in full force, and then perhaps we make a fool out of ourselves.
So just on that point, that email's already been sent, and we also emailed Walter's office because some of the timing does not line up with what some of our meetings had indicated. We thought we were starting this in 25, so just so everyone's aware.
Could you, okay, never mind.
Go ahead.
Guys, this is on the county website, and it's part of a package deal. They're doing multiple changes to the zoning ordinance. They're doing PDC changes, PDH changes. It is a package deal. There are dates on the website. There are literal text edits on the Fairfax County website. This is real. This is not something, it's published. It's not.
Can I see what you have? Because I haven't dug deeply into any of this.
There is a PowerPoint presentation.
I saw the
You can have
PowerPoint.
that too, if you want.
I read that one.
Okay. And the Burke Center Conservancy is having a meeting with staff on Tuesday, December 3rd, which is part of one of the groups that are part of the PRC that would be concerned about it. They have a meeting scheduled.
So As it relates on page 5, I'm assuming this is what we care about. We are suggesting the action item that we would like from MAC, if we agree as a body, is we want to discuss the line items that were stricken out because we believe they're making a mistake, correct?
And here's ours. We have
I've
board
read this one.
positions.
Yes, I oppose the lighting. We all know that. So it sounds like Mick, you're on top of it. I would pressure, can you just ping Walter again, Bill Malin, John Kiter, CC them all in an email and say, hey, guys, we would like the opportunity to really speak to you about that line items that you disregarded, and we'd like an explanation prior to going in public before, we can't have an honest conversation, because it might get,
So the short answer is yes. I did talk to Walter this afternoon
Great.
to also tell him we were surprised by all this, and it's really important to us. Of course, it was in between meetings because I had to get ready for here, but the only person I haven't talked to yet is John Carter.
Well,
John
and
Carter.
Chairman, and
Yeah,
Chairman
is that what
You
Smith,
said Farrell.
Sorry.
I don't know words.
and Chairman Smith.
Well, yes, we tried to reach out.
Well, but here's the problem, and I'm just seeing this within the last 45 seconds. Thank you, Director Juszczak. This draft language makes it worse. They're taking out item number 5, minor accessory structures in open space areas such as bench, gazebos, and playgrounds, equipment, and bus shelters. That was it. And now they're taking that away.
Correct.
So if we want to put in a gazebo, we got to go through a rezoning?
They are making it the same language as the rest of the county. But the problem is, we do not have the way the PRC was made is our documents look very different than everyone else's in the county when they submitted theirs.
Right.
So I don't know how you're going to do a minor modification from from the rest of the county's perspective.
They've
When we
actually
weren't
made it-
developed
The
with the
staff
rest of the
proposal
county.
makes it worse. We have to do a rezoning if we want a gazebo
Or a bench.
or a bench.
So, we need to get on this.
I'm not sure how much more clearly I can say this. We are on this. We're also dealing with RTC and some other things, so I apologize that I would have had Natalie here to talk to you about some of this. I didn't know this was going to come up tonight, and certainly not in this level of detail. I hear you all loud and clear. I'm not sure what I need to do, if I can jump on the table. We are clear on how this affects us.
Mr. President, this is further along than just a PowerPoint with vague language. This is text amendment language. They're going to the Land Use Committee and asking for the Land Use Committee to authorize advertising for that language. I mean, my hair's on fire. I don't know about anybody else's.
would it be prudent, I know you're doing everything possible, you guys are on top of it. Would it be prudent, and does this body feel like this is a good approach, to write a letter outlining the reasons why we object to why they've taken those line items, and provide all of the evidence that is needed, considering no one's responding to us yet, but at least we have that on paper, and we can just start the paper trail to demonstrate that the county continues to ignore us. Can we just do that?
That's
Does-
why I
does
asked
this
for
body want that?
That's why I asked that we needed a legal opinion, which I knew that was what your reaction was going to be, but the body seems to always want, a legal committee from RA, or a legal opinion from RA, and I think we need that in order to say that. But I'm fully supportive of your idea, Lizzie.
Tony, do you have an opinion here? Mac, do you think it's a bad idea, a good approach?
We're going to send written correspondence either way, because we've already adopted a position about where we want to be as an outcome for this thing. The only question is how to craft that vis-a-vis what this looks like, and how to say in no uncertain terms what our concerns are. So that can happen either way.
Great, awesome.
You're welcome to have it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Juszczak, I had not seen that language.
I send you all texts to actually read
I
things.
looked at the text, I looked at, thank you, Director Juszczak. I did look at the length And I stopped at the PowerPoint. I didn't get to that.
Yeah,
but I
that's
apologize.
fine.
So
wanted this earlier.
Mr. Cummins, the consensus seems to be that this is important, and we need to get on top of this. And we can't wait until December. So any help that you need from the board, I'm volunteering. Please reach out, including myself and other board members, because we're all in this together.
Yeah, I can call,
Yeah.
whatever you want. I
Right.
can call Kathy Smith. And
Is that okay with the board? We're all in this together?
Well, except for lighting, just to be clear. Just want my position to be
There's
stated.
always an exception. Yeah. No, seriously, we're all in this together. So there seems to be a sense of urgency on this.
You're on the board, there's a position, Izzy.
Yeah. Okay,
You could
peace.
do a motion to reconsider.
Let me ask you a procedural question. Now, because this is a legislative act of the county, and again, I'm still trying to understand the timing. Ordinarily, our land use committee resolution would contemplate that the land use committee would make a recommendation to the full board. So you guys all just started having a conversation, but normally, you.
But we have a board position on this.
No, I understand.
And so the board position stands.
Yeah.
So
If
my-
the land
going
use
with that.
committee certainly should be briefed on it. If they have further recommendations, I'm sure the board would be happy to consider them. But we need to at least fight for what we have a board position for at this point.
So my question is, do you have an expectation of this being at the land use committee?
I didn't hear the last part.
Do you have an expectation of this being at the land use committee? Before we have board conversations and land use committee conversations and then, okay.
Well, again,
They need to
the
be
reference
briefed.
is to the previous,
No, yeah, I'm clear
That's it.
on that part.
so we go with that for now.
Yeah, okay.
We go with that right now, and
If we get lucky and get extra time and they have more recommendations,
yeah. this
at
is-
least then they'll be
so
briefed
this
and
is
they
last
tell us
week's,
what
yeah.
their recommendations were.
Yeah, we go with that right now, and then we'll address the land use committee involvement, et cetera, later, once we get through this, because there's a sense of urgency to make sure we act on this. Okay, thank you.
Last one?
Food trucks.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Food trucks are coming just as fast and furious, and I want to remind the board that when ZMOD came up, the association had comments that it went before multiple times, before the Planning Commission, the Board of Supervisors, regarding this food truck ordinance. It is out there, and someone needs to read it and figure out whether we continue, whether it's a good thing, a bad thing for RA, and also from a member standpoint. I do think that we have probably missed the boat because it's going to the Board of Supervisors in December. But I think that it's still worth doing the work at some point to figure out what those effects are going to be. And also just be aware that the policy plan is moving along and they're getting close. They've already adopted some, but there are a lot of chapters that are coming our way in the early part of next year. There's a timeline on them. They're already talking about them. Certainly the largest one is recreation that we would want to participate in, but changes to that policy plan can be interpreted differently because it works with our comprehensive plan. And so we cannot risk losing one of those battles and our comprehensive plan kind of meaning something different because they've now adopted the higher document of the policy plan. So I would encourage the staff to get on top of that one too. And it just so happens to be the third topic at the Land Use Committee meeting that's happening next week. So someone will see a briefing on it. And SSPAs, go for it. I got a stack of those too.
Yeah, I had a question about the food truck situation. How do we ask staff to get on that without having like a unified board policy on food trucks?
We have previous testimony.
Previous testimony on it.
What does that mean?
The board developed, Mr. President, the board previously developed when we were going through the ZMOD process, there was a provision about food trucks in the ZMOD. And so this board, prior to me being on the board, took a position relative to food trucks. And so the issue really is reinforcing the position the board's already taken relative.
What is the board's position?
Ask Director Juszak to.
From a recreational standpoint, the position was that we wanted the ability to have food trucks more often at our recreational facilities, but not within our residential community streets. That's a. If Larry were here, he probably could, recite it to you, but that's a summary of what I remember.
Let's go get him.
Let's go get him. He wrote that testimony back
You still have
then.
14 minutes? Okay.
Mr. Cummins. I'm sorry to distract you. That's important work you're doing, so I'm glad you're on it. Lake Fairfax SSPA. I'm given to understand that you and the president had a conversation about that with Supervisor Alcorn. Can we get a readout on that?
Yeah, so when we discussed that with Supervisor Alcorn, you may recall from one of my email updates, it was two months ago. We talked to him about a couple of things. Probably the biggest thing was asking him his general level of support and kind of what he was thinking about the whole thing. And what we communicated to him was if there's going to be new residential at that project, if it goes forward, that we want that to be in RA. And we wanted him to be communicating that to them, as we go through the process. And there's really no reason that can't be happening. So my recollection of that conversation, Walter gave us an update on a school site and some other thoughts that he thought needed to be built into the project. Talked a little bit about why the project had kind of stalled, in terms of land acquisition and just some business things. And then generally offered that he thought it was probably a pretty good project, but had a lot of refining to do.
So I believe that the chairman of the Land Use Committee has invited the representative of that application to come to a Land Use Committee meeting. But so far that representative has not indicated any interest in meeting with us. We probably would like.
You're talking about the RA land use.
So we may want to, Mr. President, have you and/or Mr. Cummins encourage them to meet with the Land Use Committee in writing, so that we have a paper trail.
Yep.
So
I have
if they stiff arm us some more, and just so everybody remembers, the applicant here is EYA.
Yep.
EYA built those townhouses over at Wheelie, and not only did they not join RA, they used the pictures of RA facilities to market their project. And then they put in their marketing facilities, encouraging people to contact Larry Butler and put his phone number in the marketing materials. So we have an entity here who, as I sometimes say, is more than happy to exploit the community more than enhance the community, apparently, just my opinion. So I think we need to be somewhat more aggressive with this applicant than you might be with others.
So we've talked to their representative as well. I'm happy to follow up with a letter.
Okay.
That's all I have, sir.
Thank you. Did you have anything else? Good.
The agenda.
The agenda. Now, this is when we talk about the December 5th meeting.
That's now. Are we going to have 2 meetings in December, Mr. Chairman?
So,
or we're going to have one?
if my fellow board members would indulge me for 5 seconds. December, everybody's on vacation, there's holidays coming up, and I have received some feedback from some others suggesting that wouldn't it be nice if we had only one meeting in December? And I am very supportive of that because I think it's time for some of the volunteers who serve as board members to spend a little bit of time with their families and not read materials every 2 weeks and so on. We all need a break. Number two, the December 5th meeting, as I have mentioned before, brought up, coincides with Winterfest activities, and I am recommending, suggesting, proposing, whatever we want to call this, to change that meeting to a different date.
So, Mr. President, I would move the adoption of an agenda for Thursday, December 12th at 6:30, as otherwise published in our materials. I would propose to move the discrimination and harassment complaint procedure to a date in January, the second meeting in January. Council and I have had a conversation about my concerns regarding that policy, and we're going to continue to work through those concerns. I think we can be ready at the end of January. We had the appeal of the DRB decision regarding the 74 lights. I'd like to add that to the agenda. Was there something else?
Yes.
What? What else?
The resolutions for the committees that we need to review.
Mr. President, regarding the committees, that requirement has been observed in the exception rather than strictly followed, and has been something that we've done as the committees come forward with their work plans. So it strikes me that what we might want to be doing is having the staff liaison and the board liaison to each of those committees inquire as to when they're coming forward with their work plan. And that would be the time for us to approve them continuing as a committee and approve their work plan.
When's that going to happen?
Well, I don't know. When are you going to talk to the Chairman Bitzer about PrAC?
They had a meeting. Didn't you guys have a meeting?
Fiscal will be ready and has also asked me to pass on to all of you that they would love some feedback from the board on work plan items to incorporate, but they will be taking theirs up and be ready in December.
What would be,
Tony has a comment.
go
I
ahead.
just wanted to point out that fiscal is not covered under this resolution.
Yes,
Advisory.
that is true, but they nonetheless still submit one because
So,
they like to.
Is there a rush for getting these things, or could we just move these to a later date in
I'm
January?
just sticking to the yearly
So-
timetable that is in our resolution that we just continue to ignore. And I may have some ideas.
Director Farrell, Director, a motion to suspend that resolution for a period of
60 days?
60 days. I think I heard you say.
I think that's right.
I heard that too.
I'll make,
I think-
I will make that motion. I have a motion pending.
Thank you, Council. I
will
heard that
second-
too, loud and
I will
clear.
second that motion when it is time.
Right now, I have a motion to adopt this agenda.
Yeah.
There's other things. The annual update? You have
By
to-
whom?
by
The
Matt.
CEO has
That's
an
what
annual
Jennifer brought
update.
up.
per
Right, but that, he's got an update there.
This one covers the strategic plan.
I understand. We have a CEO update. It's on the agenda.
So
So you just
I would
want to fit
probably
it into that?
I think it's a big enough topic, we'd probably want to do it as a standalone item.
Okay.
Again, it depends on how, I mean, I'm just thinking too,
Okay.
I've really only been
So-
here for one full year, and feels like maybe you want to know more
Okay.
this year than we did last year.
Yep.
I'll ask unanimous consent to amend my motion to
Now-
include the annual update.
Earlier, we had talked about, is it December 19th or the first meeting in January? I mean, it says it's supposed to happen at the end of the year. And the only reason I'm asking is, I am now, after about 10 minutes ago's conversation, because people are going on vacation, now the land use planner for the association, in terms of putting together something. It's not that the data's not all there. It would really help me out if this is a January thing.
I asked unanimous consent. Is there any objection to amending the motion to add the annual
No.
update?
I mean, unless Mac,
Hang on, we just heard comments that with all the activities going on and moving this to December 12th,
I'm okay.
No, January.
hang
December,
on, asking you to do this on December 12th.
The annual update, yeah.
The
You
annual
want to do the
update
annual update in January?
in January.
Yes.
Yes, that's what he's
Okay.
asking. Thank you.
I withdraw my request for unanimous consent.
The Lake Equity Group would like to do the report
Yes, we would, but
on the 12th.
on the
'cause-
19th.
But we're only doing
We're
one
not
board
meeting.
meeting.
One board
I
meeting.
understand.
Yeah.
So can you do it in
Passing on
January?
what he knows.
I'm just sharing
We
what,
can do it in January.
do it in January?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, fine.
okay.
What else?
We've got 5 minutes here.
That's it.
Comms
That
master
takes us through
plan.
everything we talked about.
Okay,
Comms master plan?
so we're back to.
Wait, I think January is what we said at the beginning of the meeting. That's what I had.
So we're back to the
December
agenda
12th.
as published, changing the date to the 12th, adding an appeal of the 74 lights somewhere to this agenda, and taking the discrimination and harassment for complaint procedure to the second meeting in January.
So,
And the CEO update into, oh, sorry, never mind.
So there's still a C&O update. It's
Hang
not
on.
the end.
Director Santa is contemplating.
I am contemplating. Out of items H, I, and J, do we need these?
Where's the fourth?
It's the recreation update capital.
There'll be PowerPoint. I mean, they'll be recorded. They'll be-
Okay,
they'll
right,
be
right, right. Okay,
Recorded
fine.
ahead of time.
Fine.
Are we good?
Yep.
Good.
Mr. President, is there anything else we'd like to have considered for the 12th of December?
I'm
12th
trying
November.
to get to, Mac, your CEO update. Because your CEO update had a list in it.
It says IT roadmap, discrimination, rec quarterly update, capital cluster. In January was environmental briefing, EV, pickleball, recreational facilities investment process, capital improvement plan work session, and a Prax master plan work session.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
So yeah, that was meant to be more of just a, hey, here's what we have on the big whiteboard up in the office, as compared to, let's figure out a way to slide it into a meeting. One thing I might advise you all, typically you have a relatively light agenda in December, and there's a reason for that. And how much do you want to load up the agenda?
Yeah, let's be mindful of staff and, yeah.
I haven't done anything
I
that
know,
isn't a
I
video.
know, yeah.
I need a second.
Second.
I think Jennifer's still thinking.
No, you guys get second.
All right, all those in favor? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No, if you
We
do.
have Director Grywacz, Johnson, Flashman
needed
Farrell,
comments first.
Santa.
Jennifer.
Yes,
She's thinking.
yes.
So we have the DRB appeal. The-
That's
What
the
else went
72
on the
lights.
agenda? Is this
74
moved to
lights.
January?
Only got 2 minutes.
You got 2 minutes to decide.
The
Before we turn
DRB
to
is on
pumpkins.
the December meeting. The annual update has been moved. The comms master plan, it was my impression it was January.
Right?
Yeah.
The
Lake equity
resolution,
was moved.
Lake equity was moved.
So what else on December besides the DRB did we just add to the December?
That was it, because everything
We
else
only
got,
asked it, everything else is informational.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
No, we moved the discrimination and harassment.
We took
that was
that
taken
off.
out.
That's
that
in
out.
January.
Move that to January.
Okay,
Second meeting in January.
Okay,
thank you.
thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We have Director Johnson, Flashman, Farrell, Santa, Grywacz, myself, and, unanimous. Motion, thank you.
We should have had a land use on that agenda.
We can
We'll get
amend
there.
it.
Yep. I believe we have accomplished everything,
One
and
minute.
with 1 minute to spare, having no business before us, everybody, happy Thanksgiving to all of you, and including all the staff, and thank you for your hard work. Thank you for all the work you guys have done on the budget on behalf of the board. Beautiful. We managed to get through this. We are done.
This one is food
And
trucks.
I want, on behalf of the board, I want to wish all of our Restonians happy Thanksgiving next week.
Because when I open it, I can't see the.
Thanks, everyone.